Good morning, gang. A lot in the works today. Will be a bit of a busy day. Podcast. Gotta meet up with a meet up with some people later to discuss some stuff. There we go. Get that posted. Depending on how things go tomorrow or later today, I have to shut down one of my channels. Will be shutting down, but yeah, ain't worried about it. One of the beauties of diversifying and having stuff all over the place. I will say this today. Part of today's podcast will kind of be rehashing some of the stuff that was talked about in podcast 41. Since unfortunately, podcast 41, a lot of stuff was lost uh, due to some issues, but I'll have that little bit covered so that will not happen again. I got some backups in place to make sure it don't happen again. Just getting all the messages out. It's like an endless parade of broadcasting and stuff, and then we're gonna jump in the game and probably gonna be like I said, uh, probably working on a lot of be working on a lot of new stuff today while I'm doing my normal stream. Mainly work on the quest guide stuff today since I've been doing so much PvP. I've got a ton of video editing to do after stream though today for real because there's footage to go through from like the last week. Well, I mean, considering that the last couple of days it's been a literal slugfest, and then yesterday it was 12 hours of continuous bloodshed. I'm not surprised. Mm, mm. I'll definitely say it. Yesterday, the pugs definitely stepped up for a good few hours. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this quest solo or not, cause these mobs respawn fairly quick, and I gotta fight my way in that tower. Travel to the tower, kill the soulless drinkers. Okay, that's them. We'll see. Let me see what I can do on my own, Grunt, because I don't want you to make a special trip over here. See a lot of dungeon runs getting formed too. Yeah, usually on the podcast days, that's when I usually will specifically work on like quest guide stuff and whatnot, because I can get a lot done. I know the pre-mades are like destroying NSCs, so it's hard for people to get stuff done. People were asking me that last night, and I said honestly, about the only way you're gonna get anything done is one or two ways: either get in a guild that can go in there with a pre-made of its own, or you're gonna have to form a pre-made to take them on. I said because the SCs are actually set up to where it puts a pre-made against a pug. That's been known for quite some time, and that's why they've been pushing to change the matchmaking system. And I said that was done because years and years ago, the devs left it up to the community to decide what people wanted worked on, either matchmaking or uh, I think it was quality of life changes, and the community decided they didn't want anything done with the matchmaking system at the time, and the devs didn't do anything else with it, at least at that time. That's why things deteriorated into what they are now, and they're only now getting back around to it. I said the community is what decided that one. I'd be willing to bet if you forced the pre-mades to fight each other, they'd get bored of each other, and you'd see a lot of matches where it would they'd just sit there and eyeball each other, and it'd probably be cases of them not fighting each other because they'd be so evenly matched they'd get bored of fighting each other. If there's one thing I do know about the pre-mades, they do not like long drawn out fights. If it ain't a quick win, it'll frustrate them. There's only a small handful of them that actually like long fights. The rest of them, if you draw them into a protracted fight, they won't stay with it. They'll get annoyed. And that's their Achilles heel. If you want to beat them, just wear them down. Force them to fight a pitched battle that drags out. I used to do it all the time in RTS games when I knew I was fighting somebody that wanted to do the Zerg tactic to get a easy instant win. Just drag the battle out, and they would always quit. They'd always start complaining, "Oh, this is boring. This is stupid." I'm like, shorn insolence. Let's see. And this is at chapter 9, so I got to go back up. It's always a trick trying to go back and backtrack some quests because you have to dig through. I believe I'm gonna have to create a quest, because I think this one was a drop quest I'd picked up, and it was just to go talk to this guy, and then it started this part. Yep, that's what it was. Tamper with the butcher's pot. Merchant. And that's back down the road. I'll put part 2 by that quest because I know it's a follow up. Hopefully everyone's having a good day across all 3 platforms. Whoop, wrong way. Whoops. How's your day going there, Grump? We'll try an SC just to see what it looks like. But I'm not going to deviate from work on the quest guide today. I've spent the last couple of days doing straight up PvP, hardcore. And this is something I need to get done. Okay, so I gotta find the pot and throw an onion into it. And I got a visual bug going on. Search suitable for the butcher's pot, tamper with it. Yeah. Eternal Citadel. We'll find out in a second here, chat. Nice. I still got a grind ahead of me with the whole stuff I need to do on my iron breaker to. Oh, wrong one. No, maybe that is. No, I went to the wrong one. Whoops. And I got myself stuck. That's great. Whatever. I hate that one anyway. Thought that was the way back in an arena since that's just how I entered a minute ago, but apparently not, so whatever. I hate these mixed up instances, especially the Destro ones. I guess I just gotta wander around till I find this cook pot I'm looking for. Oh, my inventory's full. I hate how in some places you should be able to go up and you can't. Oh, there it is. Well, well, it gave you throw the rotten onion into the pot, tamper with the butcher's pot. You don't say. And then there's a next part to it. I could have told you that one. Oh, it's a hero. Okay, that's a little different. I wasn't banking on a hero mob. That's a little bit of a surprise. I'm glad he's only a level 19, because if he was any higher than that, I wouldn't even be trying him. Now to run all the way back across the zone. You'll run into a lot of quests like this, guys. But there's some really good cosmetics you can get from doing some of these quests. So if you really want to like trick out your gear, yeah. Technically, I should be like in not Blasted, but in Badlands, finishing up there. Not much, Tabith. I'm working on quest guide stuff today. See how far I can push things. I'm doing some backlog quests, and then I'm gonna jump back to Badlands and finish up chapter 13 and see if I can push on to like 14 and 15. Get a little closer toward the end of things. Grump's over there on a bit of a recruitment grind, and I'm pretty much on a standby in case anybody needs help with any like gear grinds or farms or anything, or wants to do a dungeon. Fixing to go make a pit stop in Altdorf and drop them in the guild bank. Now that I'm done with the quest. Yeah, I can. Let me dump this stuff in the bank, and then I'll put this guy at the camp where I'm gonna do quests at, and then I'll jump over and I can help you out real quick. If you need help over there, I can do it. It's not really an issue. Well, when you hit the level, if you need to run through it, let me know and I can jump on my chosen and go plow through it. About 600, give or take, for the full rune set. Barring if unless you're farming it with a group and you get lucky in the bags and you get some of it to drop out of the bags, then not quite that many. Yeah, about 600 give or take. Yeah, it makes a difference. Every little bit helps. Anything to make the grind less of a grind is nice. I got nearly 200 expedition resources yesterday just from all the PvP that went on. All that fighting yesterday. Although I might need your help with this one though, Grunt. This dude's he's a hero, and I definitely cannot kill him solo. And these quests I got to track down. I'm just about to start the what quest camp am I on anyway? I lost my place here. Hold on, let me see where I'm at in the grand scheme of things. Did I start chapter 13? Or was I still working on 12? There's 11. Now hold on a second here. Oh, blasted this Microsoft, the Google Docs thing. I got to go back to that camp and see where it starts because it took out the chapter 12 that I had posted. The header that I had for chapter 12 it removed. I hate when it does that. Google Documents sometimes will auto correct itself all on its own, and that's what it did. And I got to see where exactly it did it at. So I got to run because I was done with chapter 12 and I'd moved back down into the Badlands. Uh, did this once before on another quest guide, and luckily I caught it when it did it because it caused a lot of confusion. It took like two chapters and merged everything together. So I was like, and people were like, "Wait a second, where one chapter go?" I was like, so I had to backtrack where the chapters actually split. Now it dismounts me. Gotta love when that happens. I was literally just looking at it and I was like, Tomb Kings. Interesting selection. I actually started a Tomb King campaign, which that's another thing I want to try and finish up. Where's the Rally Master? I know you around here. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta make sure I fix this. Because I can't leave this like this or it'll confuse the devil out of people. Not sure why it does that sometimes, but found it. If you want to come tag along, you're more than welcome to. I can't promise that it'll be the most riveting for you, but you're more than welcome. You might get a few greens and stuff, make you some pocket change. It is entirely up to you. I'm in the Badlands. I just invited you so you could find me easier. Yeah, this is the camp I'm working on. Is chapter 13. You're actually right next to one of the guys I need to kill. He's like a hero mob. Like literally, he's like right there at the right there in the river. It's just a question of getting down there to him. If you want to hang around down there, I'll come to you. I don't know if we can kill him or not because he hits like a truck. I think the last time I killed him, it was actually the same thing. It was me and my buddy Sproxmus. He was on his Slayer, and we literally had to kite him around to kill him. To kill him. I'll be there in a minute. Well, As soon as you get to him, I'll show you. You'll see who I'm talking about, and then you can see for yourself what I'm talking about. I see you perched up there. This level 27 hero. We can try it and see. Be ready to run for your life. Just barely. One, maybe two more good hits, and he was about to turn me into a dowie kebab. A lot of good places to farm out here, and you get a lot of decent drops. There's actually a Tomb King quest inside that cave. Most people don't know about it. It's a lord fight. It's actually pretty interesting. Some lore to it. If I remember right, it references Archon the Black. There's supposed to be a Mushroomed ale. Take the rockweed extract, then travel south, find a barrel of the mushroomed ale, and pour the extract into it. I have yet to find the barrel that's supposed to be right here. I mean, I know I'm partly blind, but I don't see no barrel. Unless I'm just missing things here, but I definitely do not see a barrel. That's because it was invisible and it was in the ground. Duly noted. I will make a report of that. Quest works. Note to self, guys, for this quest, that little rock, click on the spot and it pops up out of the ground. I will be making a report of that. So it's buggy quest. It pops up if you hit it, but you got to click the spot. Great. It didn't do that the first time I did it. Yeah, directly under the tree. I got it saved on stream. How you doing, Axel Roast? How's today treating you? Just kind of killing time till the podcast gets started. I gotta see what Karis is up to this morning. Normally I do all kind of advertisement for the podcast, but this time around I didn't because had my hands full with other things. Part of the podcast is going to be kind of some rehashing some stuff from the previous podcast, and then going over some information in greater detail that was shared with me by some of the staff. And that completes chapter 13. So next stop is chapter 14. Which, if I'm not mistaken, chapter 14 is the last quest hub in this area before it jumps into Kedron Valley, which has 15, 16, and then 17, 18, and 19 are all down. Yeah, 17 through 19 are in Thunder Mountain, and Black Crag has the last of them. Which Black Crag is just a lot of twists and turns and all over the place. There's quests and spots you wouldn't even begin to dream of. Iron Mantle of Retribution. Shoulders. Clad of the Ancient King. From a cosmetic standpoint, those aren't bad. Entirely useless to me at level at level 40 though, which is why I spend so much time making sure I get all this recorded so that it shows up so people can see where items and all drop. There's always a problem when it comes to the Dowie, which that's the actual name for the dwarves of Warhammer. They're not actually called dwarves in the normal sense. Their actual racial name is Dowie, though most people tend to call them common tongue in the common tongue. It's like the number of people in Lord of the Rings that constantly refer to the city of Moria. Moria is what the common people call Khazad-dûm, but it actually has a proper name, and Moria is not it. You actually hear Gandalf say the name when they're traveling through it. Just most people don't catch it. Which on the return to Moria, I'm actually in the process of rebuilding the entirety of Khazad-dûm. Why would you prune a sheep? Oh wait, you'd shorn it to get rid of to get the wool. Uh, get a picture for the archive. Yeah, this is pretty much gonna finish up this area, and these quests all end up taking me down to the bottom of the zone. If you ever see any blue quest guys, they're generally repeatables. I generally don't mark them on the quest guide simply because as you do the quest guide and whatnot, or as you do quests, you're gonna run across them, so you'll know exactly where they're at. I know there's more quests here. Just you start up most of the quest camps. You're gonna start off with like one or two quests, or maybe three or four, and then it'll open up others as you go. How you doing, Hirota? At the moment, just killing some time until I start the podcast. Hmm. Working on quest guide stuff. Trying to get this pushed along and get to toward the end of it before I end up having to possibly step away from streaming for a little bit unless I get myself a laptop, which I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna be able to afford one that will do what I need it to do, because that will require saving up a good bit of money, and there's a bunch of other stuff I've got going on right now. We'll kind of see on that front. One thing at a time. There's always work to be done. There's always that too. Okay. After yesterday, with how many people we had on in the zones for over 12 hours, I'm surprised people can even hold themselves upright. Alright. Oh, there's a cape reward on this, guys. More cosmetics. Nice. That's actually, once you get to level 40, that's pretty much what most people in this game end up doing. Aside from PvP, it's all about Fashion Hammer. There's a lot of people I get messages from regularly that are like, "Thank you for this," because it shows them where all the cosmetic stuff is, and they can. It's just a one-stop shopping list for them. Yes, the pets are working. But I do highly recommend reading all the patch notes. One of the things they did introduce to put a stop to people pulling the rams away from the drivers and running stuff into PvE is now whoever spawns the ram, you can't take it away from them. Or the siege engine, you can't pull it away from them. Which could still be abused, unfortunately, because if somebody with the intention of stalling one of the zones gets spawns the ram, they could still do the same thing. They could just go spawn the ram and run it into PvE just to stop the zone progression. So unfortunately, it could still be abused, but it does slow it down a little bit because most of your hotheads are not going to take the time to go spawn it because they're going to be too busy farming their precious kills. There's a lot of changes coming in the near future. Healers have got a change coming to them, and a lot of people are going to have to make adjustments there. And it's mainly going to be in the way of the skill gap. It's going to be more demanding to play a healer and less forgiving of mistakes, among other things. Which means a lot of people are going to have to step their games up. Yeah, those that are just button mashing are going to they'll end up quitting their classes because they won't be able to do their jobs, and what'll happen is they'll start getting ejected out of war bands repeatedly because they they're no good at what they're doing, and they'll basically they won't learn, they won't try to learn. How you doing, Fixer? How you been, buddy? And instead of trying to improve themselves to make a change, for the better, they'll fuss about, well, why was this done? Is what it'll mount to. All right. Yeah, this is all the last final quest for this area, so I guess I just pick a point and start. Recover bright stone. Meaning was search for the sacks of bright stone. Podcast starts in about an hour. Gonna be recapping some stuff, and then for the first part of it, going over some stuff from the previous, and then discussing a little bit of some things that have been going on, some in community, and then some upcoming stuff. Pretty much open discussion. I gotta remember where these bags were. I think they're all down on the platforms. There's one. No, the WoW Classic dudes would not enjoy RoR. Most of them hate it because they feel it's too complex. Mm, I'm looking for bags. They're supposed to be scattered around all through here. Yeah, watch out for the knockback. Whatever you do, don't turn your back toward the rope side. And I'll tell you why. It's because if you get knocked off and you land at the bottom, there's no telling where you will spawn at. Because this technically this gorge You could end up anywhere. Kind of like that. Oh, it didn't kill me. That's a first. And there's no way out of this gorge. At least that part of it, anyway. I had one person that wanted to come on as a in a joint effort, but they never reached out about being on the show. So I don't know what the deal is there. Yeah, he never got back to me. So I'm not sure on that one, gang. I would love to be able to do more structured podcast settings, but as I've told people in the past, I have had to resort to playing it by ear with most of them because every time I try to do something that's set by a schedule with a structured itinerary, it falls to pieces because people either don't make it on time or it's a complete no show. And I just got tired of having to constantly rearrange things, so I took to just doing an open show and do each one by ear. Okay, now that's getting annoying. It's not letting me interrupt them. If I have to, I'll just sit there at that one bag till I get all the quest items I need and then leave. Because the last time I was through here on a different tune doing the quest for, I think it was Altdorf, I got equally as aggravated with that section because it was so quirky. And giving mobs that knockback ability was just not a good idea. And that's one thing I wish they would change is to where you could actually fly to the different flight points within the zone instead of just the war camps. Oh, I know. I played during live. There's a lot of lore in this zone. If you really get to doing the quests and stuff in the zone, you'll run across quite a bit. Normally I'd be on one of my mains out PvPing right now, but after yesterday going for nearly 13 hours, I'm like, yeah, I need a little bit of downtime. And it looks like destro sieging here in Badlands. Yeah, I'll just sit here and wait for the bag to reset. Make it easy on myself instead of having to hunt haul through that scaffolding and have that happen again. Might take a little bit longer, but it'll also give me a chance to see where everybody's at. Luckily, it doesn't take long. Then I'll move down to these. Kedron Valley though gets a little crazy with the quests because this area right here is like all stacked up on each other with the how it's all. What'd you do? Stall them? Did y'all drag the fight out? Is that what y'all did? I don't know, Rhoda. Possibly. It just depends on what if they feel that a change needs to happen. Yeah, it's like I said earlier, Grump. If you drag out a fight with a pre-made, they'll quit. There's very few pre-mades that like a protracted fight. Usually, if you drag it out for too long, If they can't get a quick win, they'll quit. They hate lengthy fights. They want an instant victory. If they can't get that win and their instant win in a few seconds, they're like, "Oh, I'm bored." It's you could literally set your clock, set your clock to it. It's going, Karis. Just sitting here waiting to get things started. Gonna kind of rehash some stuff from the previous podcast and then talk about a few things uh, that's going on the back burner, and then some discussion about the upcoming event, and then uh, going from there. It'll tell you on the ability errata if it's always procced or not. Most blessings that I know of don't proc constantly. They have a chance. How you doing, Shimbunk? Well, welcome in. Right now, I'm working on a quest guide for the Dowie. The Dowie right now. Kind of taking a break from the RVR. Yesterday was kind of crazy with 12 hours of fighting with over, in some cases, we had one zone where we had like 300 plus on Destro and 200 to 299 on order. It was just absolute bedlam. I think we fought like all total, it was like 12 sieges in a single day, spread across multiple zones. There's been a lot of changes to the game. The two dwarf cities are in the game. Right now, currently, the devs are working on Tomb of the Vulture Lord, Land of the Dead for the PvE side of it. Lost Vale's being worked on. There's some other stuff. Any changes that they made would all be in the patch notes, Erota. As far as anything else, it's gonna be a while before they say anything. So if as far as if it's a guaranteed proc or anything, it would be it would be listed in the ability readout in the talent and stuff. So they're not beyond that. You're not gonna find anything else. Guys, give me a second. I need a short little break, and I'll be right back. Grump, I'll be right back. It's a matter of perspective, Shim. Any of the classes can be easy to play. It just depends on what you enjoy. Any of them are easy to play or get the feel for. They earlier this year they started an ability rework, so a lot of the classes don't handle like they used to. So honestly, I would say try all of them and see which one fits your play style the best and what feels the most comfortable to you, and go from there. I'll be right back. I'm back, guys. Appreciate your patience. Have a good one, Rhoda. See, catch you a bit later. And looks like I'm fighting my way in here. Grump, give me a second to jump over so I can answer the question. No, hold on. Let me jump on my tank and tell him what the setup is for a sword and board night. I'll be right back. Let me get things start getting set up because it's creeping up on that time. Go ahead and park myself in my Discord because in case anybody wants to join. Toughness. 30 minutes till the start of the podcast, guys, for those that are wondering. Let me switch back to the other one. Okay. Let me get back on my other tune. like somebody doing a GB speed run. Yeah, that's the thing about it is menace is very important when it comes to dealing with the NPCs because it's not so important for dealing with other players, but when it comes to holding aggro on like anything that's NPC related, it's almost impossible to body pull and hold on to a like an NPC of any type without menace. You you're gonna is you won't hold you will not hold threat simply on your own with body pulls. Not against the DPS or even the healers will out threat you. You won't generate enough threat as a tank without it.
Praise the gods. Keep to the road.
It's fine. People get my name mixed up with Tosh's all the time. So because our names sound so similar. Appreciate the prime sub there, Axel. Much appreciated. Enjoy the emotes. Once I get my drawing pad, I'm gonna start doing my own emotes. I mean, I've got the software. I just didn't have the tools to do it with. among other things, including working on redoing my merch store entirely.
Now get on with it.
Most things I end up having to do on my own because I just can't afford to. I can't afford to pay anyone, and I'm not gonna ask someone to do it for free. I mean, I've got friends that have offered, but I don't feel right doing that, and I'm not gonna. I just, it doesn't sit well with me asking a friend, especially somebody I know that makes a living off of doing such things. I know they're offering to do it and they're being nice about it, but it gnaws at me, and I'm like, that's their livelihood, and I don't feel right. People are like, well, would you disregard a gift? I'm like, no, it's not that. I don't. It feels like I'm taking advantage of a friend, and I don't like do, doing, doing that. I'm very self-conscious about how things look or are perceived, and I just always have been. I think he's the dude on the road. Yep. Come here, you big ugly. It's the last time you'll do that. Barrel of buck. Oh yeah, we got to rescue the beer. Save the beer. Okay, where would I store? Where would it, if I had a barrel of Bugman? Because the orcs don't actually drink it that I'm aware of. Which is kind of funny because my orc character, Muckdor, is an old RP character from my D&D days, and he's a half-breed orc slash dwarf that I created when I used to play D&D. He had a kind of a good and bad storyline with a very sad ending. trying to see where these barrels are. Okay, I gotta hunt for it.
Hello, brick kicker.
Okay, it's...
There's grudges that need answering. Keep your wits about you.
I'm And keep in mind, guys, once I start with things, if you have valid subjects you'd like to bring to the table, you're more than welcome to share them in the chat. Or if you don't want to say something out in front of people, you can DM it to me, and I'll discuss it on my I'll you know read it out for you, and I'll just leave your name out if you want to remain anonymous. I know some people aren't exactly comfortable being in the limelight. Light. Okay, and second. You got the same name cloak on three different quests. It's just different stats on each one. Get roughly. Alright, give me just a minute, gang. I'm gonna touch base with some people, and then I guess I'm gonna go ahead and start things. Like I said, this episode's gonna be pretty much recapping some discussion from the last one. I don't know if a lot of people are gonna make this one or not, since I didn't get to put out a lot of heads up like I did on the last one. That's my fault. I normally do all kind of advertisement. I was kind of slack on this time around due to real life things, and I am one person, so bear with me on that. Give me just a minute, and I'll be right back, and then we'll kind of get things rolling. If you would like to join me in voice comms, though, let me know. But keep in mind, it is family friendly, and I do enforce that. So be right back. Hello, hello. How's it going? Cares. Been better. I don't know. I had the one person that got relayed to me never got back to me fully or answered. And then a couple others, it was again maybes. Don't know. So it looks like it'd just be us. But I got plenty of stuff to talk that I can talk about, and as I said, I was gonna go back over some stuff from the previous podcast and some discussion about a little bit more about some of the stuff that Emissary had told me about that I didn't really get to touch on like I wanted to at the tail end of the last podcast. And then some of the stuff that I saw that I've seen recently, and kind of go from there. What do you mean? Ah, I got you. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and open up comms to where they can hear you. I'm actually using my OBS software today instead of my Meld Studio stuff. Say something so I make sure I got it
Oh,
working.
sorry. Yeah. Hello, hello. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Got it. It's working. And everything is going out across stream. Nothing's muted. So we're live. We're live and in person, gang. And again, the table is open. I generally do equivalent of round table discussions. And welcome to episode 42, as it were. Usually after every stream, I condense it down and put it up on my YouTube, which I'll do that again, even though I am currently live streaming to my YouTube channel. But I will condense it down to just the podcast part of the stream, not the entire stream. Uh, that way, it's a little bit easier for people to pick through and find what they want to, or focus on things. It is, but we're going to be going over a little bit of information from the previous podcast. The previous podcast, unfortunately, got lost due to some unforeseen things. I'm not going to go into a lot of details of what happens. Suffice to say, some people decided to be jerks and pulled a really mean stunt. We'll leave it at that. But we had a lot of positive discussion about warband leading, various tactics, and although the VOD didn't get saved, a lot of people did hear the information, and it seems like it got took to heart because over the last week we've seen a lot of pug band leaders. I mean, yesterday was a real good example of what happens when pug bands work together and actually genuinely support one another. For nearly 12 hours, Order was like back and forth with Destro. I mean, yeah, the pre-mades were out there fighting too, but the I'd say the first 4 hours I was streaming yesterday, most of what I saw was pugs, and they were coordinating with one another, and they were fighting. Yeah, they were losing their fair share of fights, but they were also holding their own on quite a few fights. Before I saw the pre-mades jump on, no less than at least 6 sieges that I saw go down was all pugs that were stopping and counter stopping what Destro was doing. It was literally Destro pugs versus order pugs, but it was still solid fights, and it was good to see people stepping up, leading war bands, and it not just being sit in the middle, sit in the middle of the zone and fight endlessly. You had people, calling out locations, moving, supporting one another. You had flanking attacks, some good pincer movements. Uh, there was a lot of movement and a lot of information going back and forth, which honestly reminded me of how the server was back in 2020, 2021, when some of the guilds were in their heyday then, back when I was just jumping on the server. It was good to see good solid fun fights. I mean, one point yesterday we had one zone where order was like 200 of 299 and Destro was 300 plus in one zone. Not spread across multiple zones. One zone. All fighting. So and then the upswing in the player population has been steadily on the rise. I mean, it's been slow, but it has been noticeable. Curious, what kind of what's your thoughts in that regard?
Well, I have to. Well, first, hello, and thanks for having me back. And I picked up a head cold over the last couple of days,
Sorry
and
to
so I
hear
have
about
to.
that.
Well, it's not as bad as the last one. It's just like my sinuses are on strike. But anyway, I have to preface my comment by saying I haven't played much this week. We've,
Okay, fair enough.
right, and but I was on, what was it, Tuesday night, I guess, Monday or Tuesday, and I mean, I have just in general, I suppose, as a general trend over the last few months. I'll go back that far. I have noticed that an effort to become more congruent with the warband leading on both sides. I still maintain that currently the destruction side of the house is more effective at it than the order side of the house is. As a general rule, not in every case, but as a general rule, Destro's pretty. They've got their maneuverings down pretty tight, and order still struggles with that a bit. But I have noticed, like you say, a general trend toward organizing to a greater degree and cooperating, I guess might be an effective word too. A bit more cooperation between the disparate warbands that come in. So that's a positive thing. I have a tangential comment to that. If you want me to go ahead and, because I know you're gonna head down this road anyway. But
speak your piece.
the whole the bit about shit. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. I forgot where I was for a moment. But the whole bit about the previous podcast, and apparently somebody being upset because we were talking about warband tactics and steps that were taken to try to I just find that amazingly petty and vindictive and useless and childish and whatever other whatever other term you want to toss in there to try to represent that mindset. I just, I mean, enough already. Okay, can the server just grow up? Enough already. That's my short comment. I'll pass it back to you with that to see how you want to elaborate.
I've said all I'm gonna say on it because you give any more air to it, it'll just keep going. I've, I'm not gonna stop. I've come too far to give up the ship, as it were.
Yeah.
I'm 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 a stubborn Dowie to the core.
Well, I'll try. Uh, I don't know. I'll draw an analogy as we jump off the wall here and charge headfirst into the destruction forces, which is always fun. Um, but I'll draw an analogy, and then like you say, then I'll pass on. I'll give it up to you. But uh, as you know, my two boys and I have had a reawakening of the whole Magic the Gathering bit. It was something we did as a family before my wife died. After my wife died, none of us wanted to do it. And it took a while to come back to the point where we could start playing again, right? And now we're having fun with it. And we go to a local game store that I've talked about, and we have fun. We play Commander. Other people come in. All right. So what happened 2 weeks ago to you would be exactly the same. Is that if someone who I did not know, I'd never seen before in my fracking life, saw me and my boys and the other guys that we played with sitting around having fun. And just because we were having fun, decided, and doing what we wanted to do, decided they were going to do everything they could to destroy that. Come up and knock our cards off the table, spill a big bottle of water all over the place, try to pick a fight with us, start screaming to the management, you can't have these guys here, and for no other reason that they just don't like the fact that we're having fun. Okay, that's all that happened to you, man. You're out here every time doing what you want to do, doing what you like to do, and trying to make Return of Reckoning a better place. And somebody sees that, and they say, all right, we can't have this. We can't have this. Nope, not at Return of Reckoning. We can't have a guy who who wants to try to promote the server, try to make it better. We can't have that. And so they come in and attack you every way they can. And it's just sickening. And I'm tired of it, man. I'm just... And everybody on the server that has an ounce of decency in them should rise up and defend you. Okay. I have said my piece now. So now if you want to move on to... I've said my piece, so if you want to move on to something else.
I got you. How you doing, Solstice? I was retouching base on some warband tactics from the last podcast and some stuff that had went down that caused the last podcast to basically get lost, and I wasn't able to save it. So I was kind of rehashing some of the topics from the last podcast, and I was commenting about how the past week we've seen a lot of warband leaders step up, and it's been refreshing to see people, multiple warbands, out there coordinating and seeing the new people having a chance to be able to play. I also wanted to touch base on the fact, one key thing I want to point out here, guys, if you're gonna run auto ban, for the love of God, turn off the bloody auto kick. Stop relying on auto ban to do everything for you. I get wanting to run the ideal warband, but if you need people to fill the warband because you're short of people, because you're desperate and you need bodies to fight, Don't sit there and intentionally hamper yourself. Make the best of what you got, even if you don't have the ideal group makeup. The add-on is literally causing friction to where we're losing people because you're shoving people away simply because you're automatically kicking them as soon as they join. The whole idea of an open warband is so that new people can get in and experience things, help them learn. It's I've seen a couple of people that have been borderline wanting to quit the game that just started because of that add-on. So stop using it like a sledgehammer to drive people away. Or if you don't know what you're doing with it, disable the bloody add-on.
On
That
another note, oh,
that
go
that
ahead.
is that's the danger of relying on an add-on to do everything for you. Is if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna cause more havoc than good. Be able to know enough of what you're doing to lead to get your people to follow you. That way it creates a positive environment. You want people to come back. You want people to have fun in the war bands and in 6-mans and 12-mans. Yesterday alone, I saw 6-mans, I saw 12-mans, I saw war bands all working together, having fun. Actually enjoying. I saw laughter. I saw fun on a level I have not seen in 5 years.
Yeah. Well, I think I don't take quite as heated a position on the add-on itself. I do find the auto kick. That is incredibly annoying. You're right about that. That is incredibly annoying. Um, but the advertisements for like we need this, that, and the other thing for our warband. I've always found that helpful because I can read that, and all the other players are smart enough to read that and say, all right, they're advertising for 2 healers and a DPS. I'm playing a tank. They must have enough tanks. Most people would just move on their own. They don't need to be auto kicked, right? They don't need to join to be auto kicked to figure out that maybe you've got enough tanks in the warband. I think the add-on itself is useful, but I agree with you that that whole auto kick thing causes. I mean, you're right. It causes more problems than it solves.
At least learn how to use the add-on is what I'm getting at with people. I'm like, stop relying on it to do everything for you, and not at least don't at least be aware of it, of the more intricate parts of it, instead of just setting up, oh, I want a 2-2-2 and I'm gonna auto kick everybody. I've the last couple of days alone, I've run pug war bands where I've had non-40s with me, and we've held our own against all 40 war bands, all level 40 war bands, and done just fine if people actually listen and work together. Yeah, we'll wipe sometimes, but overall we held our own. We got our kills, had fun. It is not impossible for a pug war band to hold its own against level 40s. A pre-made's a different story. It always will be. But you got to give people a chance. I've also run with some odd group makeups. I ran with a melee heavy warband, and while we lacked range, what we did is we ran shotgun for another warband, and what we would do is we would run slightly ahead of them and engage, and because we were melee heavy, we could chew through what we were running into, whereas the other warband was ranged heavy, and we supported one another. Sometimes work with what you have and optimize it and make it work. Don't just sit there and spend hours and don't get anywhere. Use your options of what you have at your disposal.
Yeah, there are ways to play all the situations like that. You've got a ranged heavy warband. Okay, if you have a lot of ranged DPS, the warband tactics and the way you would play it would be different than if you had a melee heavy warband. Because of course in melee, just on a simplified level, the melee heavy warband is going to engage at close range while the ranged warband isn't. There's a lot more kiting and stealth involved. And for those who may remember, there used to be, at one time on a server, there used to be entire warbands of the stealth classes running around.
Oh yeah,
You can
I
have,
remember fighting them.
yeah,
All we warband and all
all
witch
witch
hunter
elf warband,
warband.
and those things,
Certifiable nightmare to fight.
well, but they were a blast. They were an absolute blast to
Yeah,
be part
blast
of.
if you were the one running them, not for the people on the receiving end.
Well, I ran a few of those myself in the guild I was in at the time, and I mean, it was fun. It was, I mean, but you could do in theory, you could have uh, you could get stuck. Say, that's usually the way people look at it. You could get stuck with, let's say, a bunch of shadow warriors in a war band with some healers to back them up, and only one or two tanks or whatever. Okay, you can fight like that.
Guys,
You may not win. You may
can
not.
you, hold on a second, Karis. Can you guys hear Karis okay? I want to make sure they can hear you loud and
Oh,
clear. Chat, can you hear Karis loud and clear? I need to make sure. Okay. Tosh, if you'd like to join us, you're more than welcome.
all right. So am I good?
Yeah, you're good. Good.
Okay.
I've got my mic wide open. I can't turn it any any loud any louder.
I don't. I think. Yeah, mine's all the way up too. But I was just saying. I mean, if you have you can play a ranged heavy warband, and okay, and like you said, you may not win every fight you're going to get into, but you can have success with it. It's all in how you run the thing, as opposed to just trying to be one, uh, trying to be monolithic in how a warband should function. Like you said, that whole 2-2-2 on all four parties, and that's the only way it can be. Yeah, okay, that's cool if you can do it, but you're not always going to be able to do it, so you might as well just, make some adapt to your situation, and still try to have fun. I mean, have you ever been the target of 4 or 5 shadow warriors all at the same time? You tend not to last long. Or 4 or 5 bright wizards all at the same time. You know?
Oh, I hear you on that one.
I'm in a fight in Dragon Wake.
Yeah, I mean it's normally I would agree there's Solus, but I've taken to warband leading, and you can ask Tosh because he's tagged along with some of my warbands. Uh, I've had pretty good success with leading pug warbands of late, but I also have a stringent rule with how I run them. I'm not going to put up with a bunch of nonsense. I'm not going to sit there and spend 10 minutes dealing with people. I'm going to tell you one time, and if you don't listen, I just get rid of you. So after that, it is what it is. And so far, I haven't had any issue with that. And plus, with all the new people coming in, a lot of them are willing to learn. So they're like sponges, and you can actually teach them the right way to do things, and they're more receptive versus the entrenched mindset people that are just going to do whatever they're going to do and they don't care. So it's having the benefit of getting at the newer people coming in that don't know, and being able to teach them, hey, this is how this should work. Learn all these different ways and use these options, be flexible, and different situations, different tactics will make them a better player later on. I'm all for it. But then again, I got the patience of a saint in some regards.
I haven't heard that one in a while. Patience of the saint.
Or at least that's what I've been told by
Yeah.
by some. I don't know if that's actually true, or if I'm just so stubborn I don't realize it.
Oh, by chance, did you see the image of the trophy item that you can get for being a warband leader?
No,
Have you
no.
seen that one yet? There was a picture of it up on the Benny Talak's web Discord, and it's called Herder of Cats. It's a it's a trophy or pocket item, one or the other, like trophy item, I think. And looks like a scroll, but it's called Herder of Cats, and the caption on it is pretty funny.
True, Tosh. Very true on that. And that's one of the reasons I have all the options for that disabled. The only thing I use the auto ban thing for is the auto organize. That's the only thing that I have that's actually enabled, is so it helps me to auto organize the groups on the fly. Other than that, I the rest of it I leave turned off. I want there to be an open atmosphere so people will come in. I want people to learn, and I have a fairly high success rate with my pug bands, and a lot of people tend to want to come back because I jump on my night now or my tunes, and I'll get DMs like, hey, when you running your next war band? People will gravitate towards successful warband leaders. But as much as I enjoy running the war bands, I also want to see more people step up and lead war bands. I need the flesh hounds. That's it's not it. But no, that's the main thing that I've noticed in the past week is that there's been an uptick in the number of war bands, pug bands specifically. I've seen a lot of positive things, but I've also seen some negative things. The biggest negative I've seen has been the reliance on the auto band, and it's but mainly just because people are using it in the worst way possible. The features that it offers are immensely helpful, but when you use it like a blunt force instrument, and you're, as Tosh is saying, you're using it to almost run a closed warband like a pre-made, like people are doing, it's you're defeating the whole purpose of even having an open warband, and it's frustrating to new people because they feel like they're just getting kicked to the curb. In an essence, they are. You're gatekeeping an aspect of the game. And I've gotten on to a couple of warband leaders. I'm like, stop doing that. I'm like, you're not doing yourself any favors. You're basically painting yourself into a corner to where nobody's gonna want to run with you. That's true, Anonymous. If it's a positive environment, people will gravitate to it. If it's a negative environment, people will avoid it like the plague.
Well,
You could
except for the negative people.
you could wipe 100 times, and as long as you're having fun and it's a positive environment, a lot of times people are gonna keep coming back. You could be falling on your butt, laughing your head off, and still dying, and have a blast, goofing around. Now, granted, there'll come a point where you say, okay, enough's enough, guys. We've had our fun. Let's dial it in. And then hey, it's time to get your game on. We all know this. I mean, we've all been there. We all kind of have our moments where we want to goof around, shoot the breeze in between, roaming around. It happens, even in pre-mates. Retribution's no different. I imagine Agony or any of the other war bands is no different. When they're out roaming, and they're not in an active fight, shooting the breeze, telling jokes, it happens. Gigi's the same way. When he's roaming and traveling between zones, the jokes flow, it's all cheers and giggles. But when it comes to a fight, it flips a switch and it dial it in, and it changes. But then as soon as the fight's over, it's right back to fun and games, and that's how it should be. It doesn't need to be, fire and brimstone all the time. You can do things like that, but don't expect a lot of return on your investment. At least as far as people coming back to you as a warband leader. And I expect I speak from experience on that, because when I first started warband leading, I did that. And while it produced results and we were successful, it came at a very steep price. People are like, yeah, we're winning, but you're so strict, it cuts the fun out.
Well, guilds. Do I have a moment here?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Guilds, tend to have an identity, which most often, of course, is based on and fed by whoever the guild leader is, or whoever it is in the guild who leads the most war bands. That's the personality that will tend to, tend to dominate and shape what goes on. And I could give some examples of that, but it would require that I named names.
Yeah, let's not do that because
Uh,
I, I,
okay, then I'll put it this way. I have been in guilds where you've had that type of environment where while you were playing, there was some, banter going on back and forth, some friendly sort of interaction, a few jokes every now and then you still got into a fight, and everybody was trying to win and do what they needed to do, blah blah blah. And so it was a quote a gaming experience, what you would expect from playing a game. And then I've been in other guilds where it's just, uh, I mean, the stress levels and the anger and the whole tone and demeanor, everything is just, it turns so serious and sometimes so negative, and you lose a fight and people, they have to find somebody to blame. They have to scream about it, and you wonder, why are you playing this game, right? And that ebbs and flows with the personality of the guild or the warband that you're in. And I've seen it. I mean, there's a guild right now, that has taken the first steps in going down that road of restrictive gameplay. In order to be part of this group, you have to do this, and you have to do that, and you have to do this. Okay, that's a road that leads one place. Your guild disappears. 6 months from now, there won't be a guild. A year at most, there won't be a guild. You go down that road, it's just like you said, people gravitate toward positivity and they drift away from negativity. So you go down that road, in 6 months to a year, you won't have a guild. Everybody will be gone. And but it's hard to convince anybody of that. But I've seen it before. I've seen it
yeah.
before, man.
So
I've
so
seen it
so
on
do
I've
I.
seen it on this guild. I've seen it on the server many times. Or somebody will come in and start insisting that people play their characters. You have to play your character in this approved spec, or you can't play with us. All right, screw you guys. you know, I'm gonna I'm here to enjoy a game, not because not to try to make you happy. So
Yeah, when you start forcing people to play only a certain way and no other way, it's you hang it up time because you will drive people away. The other aspect of it is too is that other war bands and other players will it's easy enough to say, okay, well, they're running in this spec, they're going to have these spells, so I can run this setup and just shut you down, which I've seen happen quite a few times, and people are like, well, that's just not possible. I'm like, yes, it is possible. You become predictable. When you do the same thing, use the same rotations day in, day out, you don't deviate, you become stagnant.
yeah, I've often talked about our repeated the aphorism that variety is the spice of life. If you want to keep something interesting, you want to stay involved in it, you want to continue to have fun, there has to be some variety to what you're doing. And because if without, the absence of variety is stagnation. And when something stagnates, it dies. And so I don't, I just oppose that mentality that you were just talking about of, you having to conform to a certain set of rules, otherwise you can't be part of our cool kids club. That just invites stagnation, and why bother, man?
Very true. Very true. I mean, I understand adapting my class and stuff, and I get, you need to run if you're gonna do the whole. And there are people that play to be the stat chasers to do, do the maximum amount of DPS and stuff. I get it, but at the same time, let people play as they see fit, and you also need to understand, be adaptive to that. And I've seen stuff work even if they're not playing the best optimal spec. And that's what I've tried to tell people, and they don't want to hear it. They're like, no, it won't work unless they run this way. I'm like, that's not true. And people just won't hear it. And I'm like, keep thinking that way and you won't have a guild.
Well, geez, I had a thought and it fell out a hole in my brain. Wait a minute, it'll come back to me, I'm sure. Because I was watching this Destro group ride below me here in Prague. And another thing, real quick, I thought I just saw Yamcha. I thought I just saw the name Yamcha on its riding by me here.
I've seen the name Yami. I haven't seen Yamcha.
Yamcha was, for those who know who he is, was a guy who was banned. And I could have swore I saw he used to hang out on my Twitch stream a lot. When I was playing my Shadow Warrior, he would come in, and he's the one who actually gave me all the good pointers and stuff on how to play a Shadow Warrior. And, but he got banned from the server, and I could have sworn, man, I just saw him a couple times. Maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, I digress. I've just always been a purveyor of the entire notion that first and foremost, Return of Reckoning is not just one of the best MMO games ever to be put out for people to play. It's one of the most fun MMO games that's ever been put out for people to play. If that were not true, we would not be here, right? If that were not true, this server would not exist because there wouldn't be anybody who wanted to play the game. I mean, and I just hate to see the potential of the game go so underutilized when people have this notion of conformity about it. The entire system here is set up for non-conformity. That's why you've got all these different classes with all these different specs and all these different suits of armor and all these different weapons, so that everybody isn't exactly the same. And so I just, I just fight against that notion. And when I see it being promoted in a guild, I can't help it. I just have to make my voice heard, I guess. But whatever that's worth, I just think it's a bad idea to try to impose conformity where none need exist. I think I'm sounding very profound today. I must have gotten a good night's sleep or something,
Something like that. But no, there's so many different ways to play RoR, and as streamers, when people come in, and Tosh has said this, and Tosh is 100% right when he tells people this. People come in and ask him, how do you play what is it, Tosh? You get this quite a lot. People come in and ask you, well, how do you play a given class or whatnot? And I've heard you answer to I don't know how many times. It's and it's the same thing I tell people. I can't tell you how to play a class. I tell you try all classes and you play the class based on how it feels to you. You have to find the class that fits your playstyle, and everyone's playstyle is different. Now I got to try and get out of this cave system.
While I'm running around in Prague, I just saw that Destro has another ram, which Order seems to be ignoring. I don't know. I'm gonna go down here and see if I can find out.
I don't know if Tosh is still here or not. He might have stepped away for a minute, but Tosh has said it so many times in his stream where people come in and ask that or ask how he thinks a class should be played, and I tell people often enough, play it how you see fit, not how somebody tells you how to play it. I mean, sure, if you want to maximize the DPS on a particular class, then yes, you're going to have to play it a specific way, certainly. But ultimately, you can play your class however you really want to. Play it however it's fun for you. People just need to be more receptive to that instead of this closed-minded viewpoint of, oh no, you have to do it one way only. Because so much of the game's fun aspect is being lost that way. Which could be used to help build the community is what I'm getting at, chat. It's an aspect, a tool of the game that could be used to further enrich the community that I think a lot of people are missing out on without realizing it. It's a question that this community asks itself time and again. How can we help the community grow? That's one way that it could be done is by encouraging people to want to play things based on how they would like to, not necessarily playing it on one rigid aspect. Yes, I get what I'm saying, and I know people will misunderstand the concept immensely. And I understand that, if you want to get the best DPS or the best tanking aspect or setup, you need to play a certain way. I get that. But at the end of the day, what's the number one reason why most of us play? We play to have fun. If we're not having fun, people aren't going to play.
Oh.
So that's all I'm really going to say on that front before I move on to a different subject. If anyone else has any areas or any subjects they'd like to bring to the table, please feel free to do so. The floor is always open on any such matters.
Grumpy asked me if I slept at a Holiday Inn last night. Oh man, that's pretty good.
That's very true, Tosh. That amen to that one. That is 100% dead on.
What did Tosh say? I can't see.
He says hold on, and I'll read it. I would rather play with someone who is having fun and willing to learn in an off spec versus forcing someone to play a class spec that isn't fun. It's not if it's not fun, they won't want to learn and will quit, which is 100% truth. Uh, Anonymous follows it up with the absolute best classes for 6v6, 12v12, 24v24 don't matter to 99% of us. There will be so many fights against non-optimal groups. You don't need that 1% better DPS. You'll win by just playing well together. Also true, which is of a fact I've been pointing out with my Pug War bands because I don't run that optimal 1% setup. I just run a solid war band that works well together, and they do just fine.
You remember Spetsnobs
Yeah, yes,
and
yes.
God, what was his name? The guy who ran that. I'm having trouble remembering his name right now. Um, he was very active and vocal on the server until he got banned too for something. But
You talking about Panda?
Panda Moose, yeah. And but Panda used to say that, when I was in Spetsnaz, or Spetsnaz, I should say, on my Witch Elf and my Blackguard, and we used to run groups. And when we ran groups, Panda never really said much of anything as far as, what to do and when and blah, blah, blah. He never really said much. And I asked him about it once, and I said, other warband leaders are like micromanagers, like they're always saying, okay, turn left here. We're going to turn left here, and we're going to go 80 yards in this direction. And then I want everybody to start the pre-hot. I mean, they were giving all these commands. Panda Moose just would say, "Oh, there's the enemy," and so I asked him about it, and he said, "Well, all you guys know what to do. There's not any point." He says, "All you guys know what to do. So when we get into a fight, I already know you're gonna do, you're gonna do what you need to do. So I don't say anything." And I thought that was, I mean, Panda Moose may have had his issues, I guess, but
He,
he knew how to. He knew
I'll
how to.
yeah.
I
Go,
was
go
just gonna
ahead.
say he knew how to. He knew how to. He knew how to be a. That's effective in my opinion. That kind of leadership is effective
Yeah.
if you know your guys know what to do and you trust them to do it.
I'll yeah. I'll say this, and I agree with what you're saying. Panda Moose was a good guy. He really was. I was friends with him, and I went to bat for him to try to get him unbanned.
Yeah, so did I.
His big problem, and I talked to him about this, and he knew this, and he flat told me this himself in Discord comms because me and him talked about this. His biggest enemy was his mouth because he would go too far with how he would talk to people. And he's like, "Come on, man, you got to dress people down." I was like, "Dude, you can criticize people constructively without belittling them." And I said, "Panda, you are your own worst enemy because you don't know when to stop." I'm like, it's fine to criticize people when it's justified, but you have to know when to stop. And you don't. I said
Well, I was.
there's a time and a place when it's appropriate to really fly off the handle. I said, but doing it at the drop of a dime, you can't do it on every single person when they make a simple mistake. I mean, going for the jugular right off the bat, fire and brimstone don't cut it. And the last time, he said, "Yeah, man, I messed up bad on this one." I said, "Dude, you're a good guy. You do a lot for a lot of people. You're very helpful, and I'll do what I can to help you." And I did. I went straight to the top, trying to get him unbanned, but he just
Well,
would not stop.
my view on that was, and I mean, you're right. Panamu's he had kind of a hair trigger sometimes when it came to his anger, but I kind of interpreted that as when somebody would try to make him mad. Which, my God, does that ever happen here in Return of Reckoning where somebody will try to make somebody else mad? That's unheard of, isn't it? But anyway, but somebody would try to make him mad, which was very easy to do, and that's when he would, the way I saw it is that's when he would go down his worst roads. When somebody would come in and start deliberately attempting to push his buttons,
That
and
that
he
too.
couldn't he
That
couldn't
too.
deal, he couldn't deal with it, right? He couldn't, and
In the end, I think that's honestly what got him is he got set up, and they knew to push him in such a way to, and I warned him a couple of times. I'm like, dude, chill, chill. I tried to intervene a couple of times to get him to calm down. He just, once he hit that boiling point, it just,
yeah.
there was no stopping him. And you can't protect someone from himself.
There's work to be done. Karazakarak will never fall.
And
Well,
I've tried to do that. I would love to see Panda Moose back on the server because he was a positive thing for the server. But his temper,
yeah.
if he did come back, he has got to control his temper.
Well,
He's a
speaking
good
of protection,
he's a good guy. Don't get me wrong, chat. If Panda came back to the server, I would jump for joy to see him. He's a great guild leader, great warband leader, knows the classes inside and out, was all the time helping people, bar none. Great person. He just has that one drawback, and he knew that. Same way I've got my drawbacks. I am no saint. Let's be clear to everybody listening. I try to be a good person. I've got my flaws. A lot of you guys out there that say, "Oh, Toss is a good guy." I try to be a good person. Am I a saint? No, no. I have made my mistakes. I own up to them. I have got my dark side just like anyone else does. I'm not perfect. Don't claim to be. So so but
well, I was gonna,
go ahead, Karis.
um, I was gonna transition over to scenarios for a minute. You earlier you talked
Fire away with the scenarios. In, good
earlier
topic
you
to
were
bring
talking
up.
about you talked about the fact that lately in the open RVR zones that the war bands have been a bit more cooperative and all that kind of stuff. I've noticed too, as well, that lately, say over the last month, the scenario participation has gone up as well. More people seem to be queuing for them, and thus you get more variety in the people, in the classes that show up for scenario, and therefore the roll stomps, as I call them, tend to be. I've always looked at those as outliers that you never really could judge the effectiveness scenarios by the fact that okay, every now and then you get stomped. Those tend to be the outliers, but there are fewer of those lately, in my experience. There are fewer of those type scenarios going on, um, and I think that's great. I think I love scenarios. I always have. I think scenario play is often, not always, but often in the life of this server, scenario play has been a sort of underutilized aspect of the game, an underappreciated aspect of the game. And it's always good to see that trend sort of reversing itself, right? And the last time I streamed, which I guess it was Monday night if I think about it. But whatever. But
Keep your
I
wits
had a
about
lot of good scenario fights, you know.
There's a
And a
long
good
way to
scenario fight is it's just different, man. It's just different from an open RVR fight because if you're attempting to accomplish a goal in a scenario, like win the scenario, you have the added benefit of knowing that you're on a timer, right? And you can play for time as well as just playing for kills or domination or something. You know, you can. It's like you can burn the clock to help get the victory as well. And there's a lot, just a lot of many aspects of being in a scenario that can be baked into the formula of getting a win. And so I'm happy to see that happening. I'm happy to see more participation. Okay, okay.
No, I was just wanting to make sure you were done before I said anything else.
Destro's taking Martyr Square again. I almost rode right into the middle of them.
No,
But
no,
scenarios,
no,
people are always
wrong,
talking.
nothing
I
wrong with
can't
that.
add. I can add something else. I mean, I get many times I've been asked about, and you see it on the forums or whatever. People talk about, the best way to level, um, an effective way to level, to get crest and experience, and blah blah blah. And my answer is always scenarios, man. Grinding SCs. Okay, that may be the appropriate term for playing mini SCs, grinding SCs, but I don't see that as a negative because every SC is different. They all, and it's a good way to gather experience if you're leveling a new tune. It's a good way to gather renown, gear, weapons, whatever you need. And the beauty, to me, the inherent beauty of a scenario is that they have baked into them a very definitive beginning, a middle, and an end. It's not like the blob that goes on, like it's going on right now in Prague, that just goes on forever and ever and back and forth. And oh my God, here we go, Martyr Square again, and just I mean, just back and forth across the same ground. Scenarios aren't like that. Even if you play the full 15 minutes, when the 15 minutes are up, you're done, and you move on to something new, something else. And that's, to me, that's one of the beauties of the whole system.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I keep hearing rumblings that a new scenario is going to be released sometime soon.
That would
Have
be
you heard anything?
that would be correct. There is a new PvP scenario that's being worked on. It is based on the Underway. There's still no ETA on it. It was supposed, if I remember right, when it was announced was back when Lost Vale and all of that was to be announced. So I'm fairly certain what you will see it is when about the time when Lost Vale gets released. So with the fact that the hold up on the Lost Vale and the fact that they're doing the recoding on the bosses with Lost Vale, it could be later, that tail end of this year. I just don't know. As Emissary was talking to me about Lost Vale, they're in the process of recoding it because of the errors and stuff that was happening with it, and they're trying to stabilize it before it's released. Last thing any of us want is another buggy dungeon. You've also got the Dark Promise gear set that will be rolling out with that. If if I understood things properly, or At least that's the
Yeah.
thought process. I don't know if it's going to roll out with the dungeon or if it's going to come out after it. It it could be it could be before it, could be after it. But again, I know the idea of it is it's supposed to be like a pitched battle scenario. It's based off the Underway and Karaz. Uh,
Raza Karak.
yeah, and based off of the Underway that's in Karaz Karak. But basically, the opposing sides will enter the battleground, the scenario, and they'll essentially fight a pitched battle, and the scenario will operate very heavily off of pitched battle tactics, not
Well, I have a
not so much like your standard capture the flag type deals.
yeah. I have a suggestion. I mean, you always point out the fact that eventually the devs, listen to your podcast. So I have a suggestion. There are two scenarios on the roster that traditionally only come up when the cities are open, and they're based on portions of the map for both the Inevitable City and Altdorf. And the Altdorf War Quarters, I think, is the name of the Order one. But anyway, the short version is, I think they should just add those to the rotation, right? Just go ahead and add those to the rotation because they're fun scenarios. They really are. And the Altdorf one, I think, is a 5-point capture, has a 5-point capture mechanic. And then the one in the Inevitable City, you can run around in the Slanish quarters. It takes place in that area, right? And again, that one that's a 5 or maybe a 7-point capture mechanic. I can't remember. It's been a while since I played it, but I just think they should. I mean, unless there's some technical problem with that I'm not aware of, I think they just go ahead and stick those in the rotation. Let them come up every now and then because they're fun. They're fun scenarios.
On that, I couldn't tell you.
Well, I'm just making a suggestion. For if the powers that be hear this, is just.
No, I got you. I mean, I'm gonna send a copy of this to Max and them. I always do with each one, so they do hear it. Me personally, I couldn't tell you.
And I got a couple people actually commenting in my. Boo is in. I always agree. Love SCs. Thank you for coming in. Lord Gorjax is here, and Grumpy was here. I guess they're going back and forth between the two streams, which is all right with me.
Plus, there is also the fact that Max is still working on the fact that eventually Karaz and Karakate Peaks will enter the siege rotation.
That would be cool.
That's the part that people didn't pay attention to in that particular podcast, and it's still in the list of podcasts that's available on my YouTube, so you can hear him say it himself. They will eventually enter as in the rotation. The only thing Max was not sure on how he would implement it is would they share a rotation with Altdorf and IC, meaning how it would work is one time you would siege Altdorf and then on the next time it would be Karaz, or would they be on an independent siege system, basically. And I think the general consensus out of that podcast that day, what Max was seeing was have it on a shared rotation, so that there would always be a city siege constantly going that would keep pace with the uh, with the uh, with the progression of the zones. In a nutshell,
Well,
put it back to what it was, to where you had as the zones were progressing, the capitals would come up.
yeah, I agree with
Almost.
that too.
Because with both cities up for grabs now, there's a reason to have that zone progression fighting to drive it, because now it gives people a choice. If they don't want to push Altdorf and IC, fine, they can go push Karaz in Eight Peaks, or they could do both.
Stargroom is in and says, hopefully that will lead to getting the new cities sieges being added. Would love to see how Kara's K8P battles would be. Yeah, I agree. Give me one quick moment here.
Well, I will say this since both chats can hear. The feedback
Yeah.
that the feedback that you guys give, and if you type anything in my chat or anything that I read off or whatnot that I hear from Karis or anything, it all gets back to the devs because once I condense everything down, I send it to Max and I do talk to them. I actually have a meeting with Max and them today, and I'm gonna talk to them about some stuff, a tier one event that I've got in the works for the server. But I usually talk to them about other stuff while I'm doing that. So I do talk to the staff, and I do get feedback from them, which is what helps me govern how I run these podcasts. So that's why I plead with you guys to share your ideas. I know a lot of you are distrustful, a lot of you are burned out, and you feel like, oh, they're not going to listen. They do listen. It just doesn't always guarantee that everything you put forward, even stuff that I suggest, doesn't always get put in the game. But it does get heard.
I need to start up Dead Abbey. I don't know if anybody's going to get that reference, but when it talks about when you talk about suggestions to the server and um, Dead Abbey would be a great bit for me to do. I'm gonna
I'm
have to do that,
actually
but
trying to
anyway.
push the idea of getting Realm Watch going again
Well, I would,
again.
I would do it. I'll go ahead and I'll just go
Well,
ahead and say my bet.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I've pushed the idea. The reply that I've gotten is that they want to get it going again, but at the moment they are swamped. So until they can get things, till they can get their workload thinned out some, it's tabled. But yes, they want to get Realm Watch going again.
Well, I would be happy to do it. You know, it if they're mad at me over the way it ended,
No,
I would ask them to take into account the extenuating circumstance and of what you know. If you have a, I'm trying to be careful about how I phrase this. Um,
I get what you're trying to say. It's not
I mean, if you have
they
an
want to
issue,
restart it though.
all right, all right, I'll just let it go with that because it's no.
I've talked about it extensively, and I've said that the feedback I'm getting from the server, and there's been a lot of requests for it in conjunction with with the, with the podcast.
Well, the thing for people to remember is that and is that Realm Watch. You know, Realm Watch is not. It's a lot of fun, but it isn't easy. It's not. I'm not trying to. Well, okay, so maybe I am. Maybe I am trying to sound a little self-aggrandizing, or whatever. But it was a natural for me because it just fit my personality. But for those of you who may have been there that day when uh, they tried to resurrect a Realm Watch once, and it is not, it's not something that just anybody can walk in and do, because it's a show. It's not a stream. It's not a Twitch stream, right? It's not just you going out and talking about stuff while you fight in the lakes. It's a show. It's a production. You have to invest some time into preparing for that thing because it's a completely different animal. But um, like I say, I'd be willing to do it again. I really would, if they ever want to get around to it. So,
Well, the interest is there, and they do want to. It's just the workload right now is too. They're too spread. They're too spread thin.
Yeah. All right. Well, now I was going to say something else about. Yeah. On Karak 8 Peaks, Thargrim was in my stream, and he made a comment about fighting in Karak 8 Peaks. That's the Orc City, right?
Yes.
That would be, I think, again, not being a coder. I make this comment, of course, without the experience of being a coder. So, but I kind of imagine that making that place accessible and being able to fight on a large scale in that ground, that that might be pretty time consuming, pretty labor intensive. But I think it would be just uh, fighting in a place like that. I think would just be amazing if they can pull it off. Um,
How
just
you
because of the
doing,
layout,
fixer?
just because of the layout of the city, right?
There you are. On your way now.
Fixer came in, tell him I said hello.
He hears you. Karis says hello, 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 fixer.
Oh crap!
Well, here's the thing that most people don't realize. Both Karaz and Eight Peaks, the cities, if you go into the lower part of the cities where the fortresses are, most people have not realized that both cities were already largely laid out, that you could easily already put fighting areas in them. They're big enough, they're already large enough that you could put in city style fights or fortress style fights. Everything's already there. It just needs to be walled off. It's already there. Go to the middle deeps in Karaz and go down to where the fortress is. Everything's there. The fortress lord, everything's there. You could have the two starting points for both sides, all the cap points. It's all already there. It would need to be implemented. That's it.
I didn't know that.
I've been aware of it from day one since the city was put in. All they would have to do is literally add the flags. That's about it. The fortress lord's there. All the necessary NPCs that you would need to have for the fight. That why do you think it's so large in the way it's laid out? Eight Peaks is the exact same way. Go look at the fortress in Eight Peaks in the lower part of the city. There's already enough room. It just needs to be cordoned off. That's it, and the flags added. Most people just haven't paid attention to it. I actually went down into the city one night on stream
I ain't
and
getting any
started
younger.
showing people that, and I said, "Why do you think this is laid out in this particular oddball way?"
Well, there was a recent live event that had you going into Karaza Karak to the lower levels, and I did notice that running that I mean it looked to be laid out with that whole sort of
Waste of
objective
bots.
Mhm. Yep.
aspect in mind, right?
Yeah.
It had the anti chambers and the
Goodbye.
there were like six different chambers you could go into and stuff, which of course is perfect, really, for a city siege like that. But
Yeah. It's well. Let me see if I can pull this up on my map. Uh, like where the fortress is at in the lower part of the city. If you get, I'd have to go there in person. For 8 Peaks. Let me see if I can pull it up for Karaz at least. Like if you go, okay, I've got the map. Hold on, I gotta close my. my webcam and stuff. Stand by here, chat. I'm gonna see if I can't show this to you guys, because most people really don't realize this. But I'm gonna point this out so you guys will know that will see this. All right, looking at the map, and I've got this open on my screen right now. If you look at this big chunk, this is where the fortress is. Right in the middle of it, the fortress is there. To the left is the entrance to the underway. You could have that set as the order starting location, okay? And then for the destro starting location, put the mine entrance, any one of them. You can actually go if you go deep into the mines, it actually puts you way down here, almost like you're in KV. You could put that as the natural spawn point for destro, or you could put it anywhere in the mines. The point is that could be their spawn point. Then you could put the capture points for the fortress itself very easily with minimal work. But all the NPCs, the fortress lord, everything is there already. The area is plenty big to allow for your standard size fortress fight. Now if you
The
wanted
only
to now if you wanted to then turn the city itself into a city fight, you could do that very easily. The city is spaced out enough that you could put different capture points in the different parts of the city and work it just like Altdorf.
the only issue I see in these maps is the choke point, the potential for choke point fights.
Well,
That's the only.
now in the fortress in the fortress in the fortress itself down there in Karaz, there's numerous choke points. It's very tight, just like the one in Stonewatch. So any war bands would have to be very coordinated with what they do. It would not be just a straight at 'em fight. You would have to use posts. You would have to be very coordinated with your fights. Otherwise, it'd be a slaughter fest. You could just simply bottleneck and stop them. But there's multiple entrances, just like
Well,
Stonewatch. There's
yeah.
many ways in.
The flip side of that coin is that the the way they're all laid out is that you can circle around and bypass. I mean, there'd be a lot that you could do if
Yeah,
they open those up. There's a lot
yeah.
that you could do, but
Well, it's like the city of Karaz. Same thing. If they open it up to a siege, uh, a city fight, because that there are so many ways around it. This you could put a flag in uh, Warrior's Stand. You could put one in the Ancestors Temple. You could put one in the Merchant District. Each one being a capture point. And because there's so many ways in and out of each area, it would introduce tactical thinking. You're talking about guerrilla style fighting, urban fighting. So it wouldn't it would be it would be IC on steroids.
which would be fun.
Yeah, it wouldn't just be, line up in one spot and fight. You would have to think, okay, which way are they going to come at us? Okay, they could come at us from here. We need to be ready to counter. Then we need to be able to move. It would keep the fight going. It wouldn't just be sit in one spot and stay there. You would have to move.
Well, that's my one. Since we're talking about city sieges, uh, I've talked about this a few times, I guess, over the years. When if you look at the map of the inevitable city and the way the city siege is structured, is that they all tend to play out the same way because every fight comes to the whatever you call the center point in the IC where where the guy's statue is. Um, you
I can
can't.
make that suggestion, Thorgrim.
Yeah. You can't. You have to fight at that spot. Every city siege plays out the same, at least in the beginning, you know. And I've thought that if it was more open, if all the points were open all at the same time, you would have a completely different experience in the city fight than what currently occurs. And at least to me, it sounded like that's what you were suggesting when it came to Karak 8 Peaks or Karaz Karak,
You
is
could
that
do
you
it.
have all these points open.
Yeah, you could do it with both cities.
Yeah.
The way the dwarf cities are designed, you could literally do it with both cities. The other thing that Max talked about in a previous podcast was he also asked the community what they thought of possibly bringing in the two elf cities, the high elf city and the dark elf city. I thought the community was going to have a cosmic meltdown on that one.
In what regard? How do you mean?
As far as the possibility of bringing them in.
I think it would be a great idea. So I'm not. I'm just saying I'm not. I don't quite follow what you mean when you say meltdown.
As
As
in
in,
people didn't
in
were like
what?
were like foaming at the mouth like yes win win win
Oh,
win
okay,
win
okay, okay,
that that
okay.
that type
So,
deal.
so they were in favor of. All right.
Oh yeah.
'Cause-
My DMs lit up that day.
yeah, it's just I mean, it would be great. The high elf cities would have the temples and the shrines and the bathhouses, and the dark elf city would have all
Uh,
the brothels.
no. See,
That would be
here's where you mess up. The Dark Elf City don't need to be a city on land. It has to be a black ark.
with brothels. No, that's my point.
Oh wait, you're wanting to go all Slaneesh on us?
Yeah,
Okay, we're gonna have
you'd
this
have
argument chat. We're gonna go into the domain of the dark gods and all of this. Okay, here we go.
Nah, I'm just making a joke, man. Idiot. Um,
How many Nurgle fans we got in here? I'm waiting for it. There's always a few of you rotten apples hanging around. Never any of the Blood God fans hanging around. I always feel like I'm alone. Oh
well,
boy, here we
the
go.
IC has um, the inevitable city is pretty much based on how do you say it, zinc or whatever. I mean, I've never known exactly how to pronounce that, but I mean that's sort of the symbolism, the predominant symbolism, right? In the inevitable city is based off the bird god, right?
Honestly, I don't know what they were thinking with that city.
I mean, it's got the Slanish Temple, which is always a nice place to visit, but um, sorry, I was in a fight. I lost my train of thought. Are we still on?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I just needed a second. I had to take
Oh, all right.
medicine real quick. Wait. but no, there's a lot of changes coming. A lot of things being worked on. Like I said, Emissary popped into my chat a couple of weeks ago and had started telling me about stuff, including Tomb of the Vulture Lord that's actively. They've gotten some of the bosses done for it, so actually it's gone beyond the concept phase, and they've actually got some of the bosses coded and programmed. There's no ETA on it, but it is actually being worked on, and they have made some headway on it. So it's not, it's more than just idle chit chat. Uh, Now, as far as to when we may see it in game, gang, there's no telling. The first of the dungeons that we'll see rolled out, though, will be the Lost Veil. Uh, the other thing that I think they're putting the priority on is going to be Land of the Dead, from the PvE side of it, to where we'll be able to go into the Land of the Dead during the off hours, so it won't be just a case of where it's only open during the PvP time. So it'll be a normal zone, zone for us. Something I thought you guys would want to hear finally, because I know a bunch of you have been asking about it for ages and ages and ages.
Yeah, I think I like Land of the Dead. I always have. I think it's been a bit underutilized up until this point, but
So
like
that
I've said before, man, you're talking about changes and that. My philosophy, my theory on this, my pronouncement has always been that if you give the devs enough time, they eventually get around to stuff. So I just, I mean, it'll happen. It may not happen exactly as you want it to, but it will happen. So.
But at the moment, their main focus, as many of you have figured out and seen from all the hot fixes that have been rolling out, is addressing all the bugs and issues that are currently going on since the patch they did that introduced the dungeon and stuff. Everything that got broken, that's what they're trying to fix before they do anything else. They finally got the pets going and stuff, and it's just a slow work in progress. Now my question that at this point that I would like to ask, is there anything that you guys in chat, in either of the chats, that you think that you would like to see from a PvP stance? I know Thorgrim has mentioned a scenario idea, and I'm gonna go to bat with it. I'll bring it up. What other ideas would you guys like to see implemented in the scenario aspect? Or what ideas do you guys have for PvP?
Well, my suggestion I've covered before, so I will ask you if you want me to talk about it again, I will. If not, I understand because I have talked about it before. But
I want to see what the gang comes up with
okay,
first.
okay. Oh wait, I
I'm gonna
got a
get I'm
message.
gonna, I'm gonna give you guys a few minutes to kind of come up with a solid idea on that, but I want to hear what you guys have to say.
All right, Raging Rune Lord has put a comment in.
Fire
He's
away.
talk he's talking about even groups. Uh, he's talking about the 12v12 fights where the number of healers are. He said like one healer in a group of 12 and four healers on the other side. Tanks the same thing, maybe one tank, and they have. Um, I think part of that. I mean, I agree. Ragin, I agree, especially if you're talking about the scenario matchmaking. Um, but as I said earlier, my one caveat on that would be that earlier in the podcast, I made the statement that Destro still, as a general rule, Destro still tends to be more organized and more cooperative than Order. And I stress that that's the general rule. More often than not, Destro is going to be more organized, and that carries over into scenarios. And then he goes on to say, I made a warrior priest and get yelled at because I cannot keep up with our heals. Well, I I tried playing a warrior priest, and here's how I'm going to phrase it. And since you made a warrior priest, maybe you can, expand on this. I've played a warrior priest, and then I have a doc, and by far, without question, running away with it, 100%. To me, the doc is a lot more fun to play. I found it a lot more smooth, a lot easier to control, to be effective with, and just a lot more fun. Playing a doc was just a lot more fun than playing a warrior priest. Warrior priests seem to be very work intensive, right? This is my experience. Your experience may be different, but I'm just saying. And if I had the choice, if I had the choice between playing a doc and a warrior priest, I'd take a doc every time. So how that factors into the equation, I guess that's up to everybody to decide, but that's just my experience between the two classes. I think archmages are clunky too. Much more so than, I mean, my God, the difference between playing an archmage and a chamois is the difference between Scarlett Johansson and Rosie O'Donnell, okay? That's kind of how I'm going to say that again just for effect. The difference between playing a chamois and an archmage is the difference between Scarlett Johansson and Rosie O'Donnell. It's, so
Hold on a second. I'm reading what Anonymous said in reference to the warrior priest comment. I had a lot of fun leveling my warrior priest on tome spec. My doc I leveled a shield, so it's very different. Still fun though. As far as my warrior priest go, warrior priest is largely a stationary healer, whereas your rune priest is your on the go healer. So yeah, it's if you're in a warband that's rapidly moving, you're gonna struggle a little bit with your heals because you don't have as many of the on the go heals that a rune priest has, and you're not gonna be able to keep up in the healing department. The most you can do is just throw the hots, keep the hots rolling, and then throw your group heals where you can. Now, if your warband can't understand that and they're just over pulling and won't give you a chance to get into position, that's one thing. Now on the flip side of that, if you're also not positioning yourself to where you can stay stationary and use your range to heal, that's also something you need to be aware of, because you need to be able to basically put yourself at your max range to where you're not having to move a lot as a warrior priest. Stay within range of your targets so that you can heal them and keep going. So it's all about positioning. So it's kind of a give and take with that. you're gonna have to see where where the adjustments where your adjustments need to be made. Is it a warband issue or is it a me issue? I went through the same thing with my warrior priest for a time. I was struggling, and it boiled down to it was me because I needed to pay more close attention to where I was in relation to where the warband was. So you know, it's you kind of have to a degree, you have to kind of feel it out and just learn to adapt your movement based on where your warband is.
Raging Runelord says, yes, I love the challenge. Other classes are boring. It's just getting socially different. Uh, and he's touting his order pride, which is fine. That's cool. Um, but he does make the comment. Raging does make the comment that apparently, maining a warrior priest is easier in war bands than it is in scenarios. That people tend to have that it's harder to operate in scenarios. Um,
Actually, it can be just as hard in war bands depending on what you're doing and what's going on, because I've seen a lot of warrior priests that let their guard down in war bands because they think that it's easier, and then they start making mistakes. If anything, war bands, you have to step it up because you've got to constantly keep your head on a swivel. I've seen many a warrior priest that fall victim to getting run over or eaten by melee because they think, oh, well, I'm safe, I'm in a war band, and a lot of times Destra will swing around with their melee and eat them alive. And a lot of the times, what I see is I'll see warrior priests that'll start running around or they'll try to run further away. I'm like, don't run away from your DPS. If anything, if you got somebody on you, either stay where you're at, use your repent to try to soak the damage, keep yourself alive, or move closer to your melee so they have a shorter distance to intercept. Worst thing you can do is start this running around like a chicken with your head cut off deal, because all that does is make it harder for the melee to catch you in order to catch them. And I see people do it time and time again. I'm like, guys, what? Stop. People just start panicking. I'm like, control your fear and stop.
well, my comments on playing a warrior priest, again, I have to qualify them because I played one for. I started my warrior priest and my doc at the same time, and somewhere in tier 2, I just abandoned the warrior priest and I stuck with the doc, right? Because the doc was a lot more fun. So you have to take my comments in that context. There are other people, of course, who would have much more experience on the warrior priest side. But like I said, all I can say is I had a lot more fun. I do have a lot more fun playing the doc than any other healer uh, that I've leveled. My archmage is DPS because why not? You might as well.
I can get that. I understand that, Thorgrim, about the funneling, but that's still an aspect of warfare, so they're not going to kill an aspect of gameplay. I get people don't like funneling, but it's still a pivotal part of gameplay. So you you would literally you're not they're not going to do something to knowingly kill one aspect of play. I mean, I can make the suggestion for them to look in. I'll make the suggestion for some consideration and maybe putting some ways in to maybe try and counter it. But as far as killing it outright, they'll never do it. Tosh, I do agree with that. I do think that's something that needs to be changed because I don't think it's right to be able to heal through the walls. If you can't it's I mean they need to they that's something that does need to be addressed because you do have a lot of that going on to where you can run you have your DPS, your melee DPS that will go inside a fort or a keep and will tag people, kill them, and you'll have your healer sitting outside healing, AoE healing, keeping them alive. So yeah, I agree with that. That does need to change. That shouldn't be a thing because your line of sight of the person. You can't see them, so they shouldn't be able to keep you alive. The only thing that should work for you is a healing pot, and that's it. Something else I disagree with that I wish they would fix is this bit of where I see shaman pets that get to go up on the wall way out of the range of their handlers and can use their punt abilities like they do. That is one thing I've never agreed with. That's something that needs to be curbed. And the same for order. I'm not just saying do it to Destro. It's something that needs to be addressed on both sides of the fence. You should not be able to send your pets that far away from you to where they can use an ability to basically knock people off the walls. Not like that. And time again, I see squig pets and others that do it regularly. I'm like it basically makes it untenable for order to defend entire sections of wall. We basically have gotten in the habit of we just don't defend the wall. We can't because they'll just endlessly punt. Well, it's something that's doing the punt because it's like we get up on the wall and it's just a constant punt going off. And their pets are sitting up on the wall. So I don't know if it's the pet or if it's something they're doing from down on the ground.
Well,
But
don't Maguses
it's causing immense havoc. It is definitely something that needs to be looked into.
doesn't a Magus have some sort of ranged punt?
I'm not sure. Well, it's like on my engineer, my punt that I have that I can do. I can't use my punt from the ground level like what they can. So in a siege situation, it's useless. I cannot punt somebody unless they happen to be standing directly on the edge of the wall. But yet there's times and there's plenty of my streams you can see it in. I can be standing on the back side of the wall and I will get punted even when there's no one around me and I will still get punted off the wall. And I'm like, okay, how did they target me when I'm on the back side of the wall? That's what I'm not getting. I could understand if they're targeting off of someone else to do it. I could get that. I'm not understanding how, if I'm on the back side of the wall and I'm completely out of visual range, how are they able to punt me? I get that, but there are times when I'm not on my NG, when I've been on my night and be on the back side of the wall anonymous, and I'm getting punted and there's no one around me. There should be no way for them to visually see me. I'm completely LOS to them. There should be no way at all. That's what I'm not getting. And I do pay attention to it because I'm trying to figure out, okay, where are they seeing me from? Is what I'm getting at. I'm not saying it's a cheat. I'm trying to understand how are they ranging it in order to hit me with it. And I'm questioning how they're pulling that off when, if I can't, if I'm LOS to them, how are they still able to see me? Okay, again, anonymous, when the role's reversed and I'm on ground level of a fort or a keep, I can generally not see someone if they're on the back side of the wall, furthest from the wall's edge. I cannot see them. I can't even see the top of their head. So the same should be true for Destro if I'm in the same position. So how are they able to target is what I'm getting at. That's where I'm not getting it. Unless it's just a terrain issue that's going down, which there's loads of them.
Going somewhere?
I have mixed feelings about the AOE or ARA group heals. Um, Going through walls.
I think most of us do, Karis, but share your thoughts
Well,
on it. No,
what it's based on, I understand. I understand the complaint. I'll say that first. And I don't fault anyone for, you know, with a complaint about the line of sight issue that you brought up. I understand that. My uh, qualifying point is based on you know, reading so much fantasy literature over the course of my life, and horror fiction, fantasy fiction, um, stories of that take place in magical realms where people can have auras and cast spells and all that kind of stuff. And even in the Dungeons and Dragons world that I was involved in for a little. I played that game for a few years, but if you look at it through that prism, auras and enchantments are things that are not always bound by a physical, structure. Within those realms, casters can see beyond and reach beyond what may be a physical structure. And that's just, and I get that from no other place, and just reading fantasy literature, stuff like Robert E. Howard and Lynn Carter, guys like that. Uh, So when I look at it that way, I think, all right, so the chamois on the other side of the wall and he uses an AoE heal. I kind of get why it works, but then the other side of the coin is we're not, we're playing a game and people want to say you should be able to see your target. I get that too. So I guess I'm kind of ambivalent about it in the sense that if the devs decided to do nothing about that issue, I would be fine. If they decided to change it, I would be fine too. So that's my 2 cents. Okay, Raging Rune Lord's in my chat, and he says, if you AoE heal, you shouldn't need line of sight, hence the name Area of Effect. Yeah. Um, yeah.
I
That.
get the AoE heal, but here's the thing: is that when it comes to a fortress wall or a keep fight, and you have people fighting on the other side of it that are knowingly going in there, it really you shouldn't be able to heal them through that to keep them going through a fight, because they're in a way they're deliberately line of sighting themselves. They're putting an object between you and them to it just I
Well,
guess
let me.
it's just I guess you look at it from a physics standpoint, sort of thing.
Yeah, but magic is not physics; it's metaphysics. And in the magic realm, um, obstructions such as walls no longer become, or structures, buildings, whatever, no longer become obstacles because
On your way.
um, in some magic realms, people have what they call the sight. I know I'm going off on a tangent here, but we've been
Well,
at this for almost 2
Tasha's
hours.
response to it is, and then those fantasy realm casters could also see through walls and damage enemies that are out of line of sight. However, in return of reckoning, if not possible, should not have the same to do. Then allow Bright Wizards engineering Torques and Magus to AoE through walls. Just use our target only. Don't force them to have a line of sight if that is the policy. Make it equal for both damage and heals.
And I don't disagree with that. I'm not trying to disagree with Tasha's point at all. I'm just saying that I see both sides of the issue, and I don't really have a, I don't really have a vested interest either way. Either way they want to approach it or deal with it, whatever. You know, I can live with it. So.
All your gear vendors are in the war quarter, and then if you're looking for like sovereign level gear, it's in the palace. Grump. But yes, we have been going for quite a while, nearly the full 2 hours, or actually a little longer, since I started a little bit earlier than I normally do. Not by much, but still a good discussion. Some new ideas on some SCs that I'll put forward. But I do want to take the opportunity, guys. Is there any any further topics that anyone wants to put on the table for discussion? Any ideas they want put forward or brought to the table in any way? PvP or PvE related for that matter, or things you
I
would like to see adjusted.
Before we go, I have one prediction to make on football. So you let me know when that's okay. Raging says he wants snack supply during podcast. I'll see what I can do about that. I will make wish. I'll make wish sandwiches for everybody. There you go. Grumpy says, "Does it make sense to spend my war crest on Conqueror when I hit 40?" Yeah, maybe not the whole set, but
That's one thing I want to bring up. Here's something I want to ask both chats, and Tosh has brought this up before, and I do agree with him in a way, and it would make sense to do it. I want to hear what you guys think. Make all armor weapons accessible via PvE and PvP. What y'all's thoughts on that?
wait, uh, maybe I'm missing something. But
No restriction at all as far as to where you get your gear or how you get your gear.
oh, okay, all right, I get it.
To put it in a less
Yeah.
a less confusing way, and flat out be able to get your gear no matter how you level or go about it. Because there's people in the community that thoroughly despise PvE and won't do it, and are mad because they are like, well, I'm not going to be forced to do PvE to get a piece of gear, even though it might be best in slot for them. So what Tosh is saying is remove any requirement that would force them to have to do something they hate.
Well, there's some. I mean, that's partially true now, right? I mean, take something like Beast Lord gear. You don't have to. I mean, to effectively level, you don't have to take the time to get Beast Lord gear. You can skip that. Um,
What he's referring to is stuff like your Bloodlord weapons, your Crypts weapons and stuff. That's all
yeah,
stuff
but
that you have to do dungeons in order to get. And a lot of PvPers are very angry that their gear is being gatekeeped behind
yeah.
PvE requirements.
All right.
That's what I'm getting at. To hit the nail on the head flat out, they want the gatekeeping dropped.
I don't. I think compared to how the system uh, used to run here, acquiring gear and armor is easier now than ever.
It's not a matter of requiring it easy or not. It's the point of the fact you got people that despise PvE. They don't want to be forced into doing it.
Well, then it sucks to be them, I guess would be my response. I mean, some things just are what they are. I think, uh, having to run the Bastion Stair a few times, 3 or 4 or 5 times, whatever, to get the Bloodlord and to get the sword, it's worth it. I think I've got the Bloodlord Greatsword. It's up on my screen right now. This is a great weapon for a Swordmaster, and of for most classes in the game, the Bloodlord stuff is really good gear, and the weapons are really good weapons. And I'm still using one of the Bloodlord weapons on my Witch Elf, even though I have the Fortress. I have the Fortress Blade. I still use the Fortress Blade in one of the Bloodlord currently, and because it's just good gear. It's good stuff. And I'm sorry, I don't have much sympathy for the argument that I don't want to have to do PvE to get it. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to do it. I try not to sound negative, but you don't have to do it. There's you can use the PvP stuff and be just fine. That's...
No, I'm simply repeating the conversation so that people
Yeah,
understand both sides of it. But I also understand from the PvP end of it, there's people that's what they enjoy is PvP, and the fact that the game is focused around PvP, and they're like, why is an aspect of gear being gatekept behind PvE when the game is predominantly PvP focused? And I got to do something I don't enjoy because they've put it in behind an aspect of gameplay that the game's not focused on. And it's a legit question. And the answer, and this is where I can agree with Tosh, the answer shouldn't be, oh well, deal with it. It is a legit thing. If, with the game being predominantly PvP focused, I know it's not PvP only, it is predominantly PvP focused, but I do agree with Tosh. It would not be a bad thing for them to consider making it to where it's just flat openly accessible on all fronts. Remove the fact that you have to do PvE. I'm not saying remove the PvE aspect of the game, just remove the requirement for those people like Tosh that don't want anything to do with PvE, so that they can still get their gear and not be agitated by the fact that they're being forced to have to play an aspect of the game they despise.
Well, the only reason I objected to the PvE aspect was that when it came to the dungeons, was the old system under Gunbad is that you had to run Gunbad and get the ward unlocks before you could run the Bastion Stair and get the Bloodlore stuff. And that was, but my reticence to that ideal was simply based on the fact that Gunbad itself was so fracking boring. Gunbad itself was just poorly designed. And that goes back to, the inception of the game. And so, yeah, I get that part of it. It was a pain. It was a pain to run Gunbad. But once I got through it, then everything else was, I've always liked the Bastion Stair. And Crypts and Tunnels. Crypts and Tunnels they're not hard. They may be a little time consuming, but they're not hard.
Okay, well, here's another thing. Tosh is saying, imagine if they never made the ranked ring unpurchasable with Warcrest, and then Anonymous then put in, then again, if the Bloodlord gear were purchasable, buy Warcrest just appropriately priced, it wouldn't harm me as long as it's not so cheap we lose PvE groups, and now people wanting to go PvE route can't find groups anymore. That I understand, and that's also true. Adjust the pricing, maybe make it a little more, and you know, make it to where they could purchase it with their Warcrest for those that that PvP strictly.
But if they did away the requirement to get that gear by running the dungeons, then wouldn't one of the default outcomes be that nobody would run the dungeons?
No, because the people that enjoy PvE would still do the dungeons. The only ones that wouldn't do the dungeons would be your PvPers, which are the ones that want the change. The only one, the people that enjoy doing the dungeons are still going to run the dungeons, no matter what.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, there's not a maybe to it because it's something that I've paid attention to. The PvE side of the community is always going to run the dungeons no matter what. They enjoy the dungeons. They enjoy the lore aspect of the game. The PvPers, they enjoy the PvP. They hate the PvE. Flat out. So if you put in a way for them to get that PvE gear where they can just do it off of their PvP stuff, they'll be perfectly content. The PvEers, if you do something like that, it won't phase them because they won't care. Because they'll still be happy. As long as they got PvE content to keep them busy, they're happy as larks. The biggest thing would be to make sure that you price it in a way that it doesn't detract and kill off one aspect or the other. That'd be the only thing there. That'd be your biggest worry right there is you'd have to make sure that you'd have to do it in such a way like what Anonymous was saying is it had to be set up in a way that it doesn't kill off the groups.
Raging Rune Lord says take out loading times, take out death debuffs. Where do you draw the line? Maybe no one spends 8 hours farming Bash and Stare or Gun Bad. Yeah. I mean, I think, just to put my final note on this, and then I'm sorry, Toth, but I got to run. I got a couple things to do.
I was about to be wrapping it up anyway.
All right. But to put my final note, I think one reason that the gatekeeping is there is because there are people who say, all right, we put all this time in to making Gun Bad run. We put all this time into making the Bastion Stare run. We're going to do the Lost Veil. We want people to do this. We're doing all this work, so people should, it should mean something. And that's the mindset, I think, of some of those involved, that if we're going to do all this stuff, then you're going to play it, And I kind of get that, too. I think, I mean, I do. I kind of get that, too. If I spend all that time, it's like doing Realm Watch to draw a corollary. If I'm going to put all that time into preparing to do that show, I want people to watch it. So it's the same mindset. If people spend all that time getting Lost Veil to work, they want people to run the Lost Veil. And I think that's just one of the reasons why the PvE requirements are still there. And probably always will be.
I get that, but you can get people to want to run stuff without putting any kind of sort of gatekeeping into the equation. I've got enough experience. I got enough experience with working with enough dev teams to know that much.
All right. I appreciate you having me, buddy. I got to run. But
All right, man.
I had fun.
Have a good one.
Thanks for having me in.
Well, before I wrap everything up as far as the podcast goes, guys, does anyone else have anything more to add? And I will bring it up because one of the things that I've gone to bat with the devs, and I will say this, is I've talked to them about reducing the dungeon cooldowns to give players the choice of running the dungeons more frequently, and it was met with a favorable response. I'm not going to say it's going to happen, but I did talk to them about it, and I told them the feedback that I was getting from the community at large about it. Uh, it would mean adjusting how the rewards would work from the dungeons. Uh, you would see some changes, but they were amenable to it. So same thing here with what Tasha suggested. You know, if people are amenable to it, I wouldn't mind seeing the requirements removed. Make it a choice where, if people want to PvP to earn that particular item, let them go for it. If they want to do the dungeons to get it, go for it. Have a good one, Karis. And guys, again, go smash the follow button for Karis. Check him out. And I will be putting this podcast up. It'll be condensed. But yeah, I'll take this to bat with the devs, Tosh, and I'll see what I can do. I make no promises as always, guys, but I will pass the info along and see what happens. But I do want to thank everybody for tuning in for episode 42. I am going to jump to back to what I would normally be doing. I'm going to continue working on the quest guide stuff. Grump's helping me with. I'm probably going to do a little bit of PvP here in a little bit, jump on one of my mains and get into that. I'm also available to do dungeons if anybody needs help with dungeon runs, be it Destra or Order. Uh, so, but anyway, I do want to thank all of you for tuning in. Look for me to be doing another podcast in 2 weeks. Uh, if you want to be on the show, just DM me either the RoR Discord or stop by any of my channels. Drop me a message. You're always welcome. But till next time, gang. Now back to bashing out brains of these guys till I get this stuff done and get out of this infernal zone. Have made a lot of headway with the quest guide though, guys. Just looking for this last named guy. As you can see, I'm a little off the beaten path. Okay. Apparently this is down the way I came. That's true. That's true. LAX history. I've run into that before with other games I've helped work on as a beta tester and stuff. And I've run into that in other games. So it is a valid way to do things, and it does have positive outcomes to do a positive outcome to doing it like that, with very little negative blowback to it. It's actually one of the things that they did in Lord of the Rings Online that was very paramount to stabilizing that community and keeping the PvP side of the community from tearing apart the PvE side of the community. When they first introduced PvP to the Lord of the Rings community, because originally there was a lot of discord between the two sides. That's true too. The speed run aspect of the dungeons can also be a negative aspect, because people want to sit there and just do the speed run, and they fail to realize some people aren't necessarily geared for it and are there for the first time wanting to do a full run or are not prepared for it, and they won't give them a chance. So there is that, which is one of the reasons why anytime I tank or do a run, I always ask, is this a speed run or non-speed run? Oh, I get that. I'm saying I always ask if a run is a speed run or non-speed run in case I have people that are not up to snuff or maybe new to the dungeon, don't know the fights. That way they're not just running blind, because you got a lot of people that are afraid of being kicked, so they won't say anything. They'll say, yeah, they know the fights, and they really don't. And then people get belligerent. When I'd just rather them tell me, that way I could help them, by explaining the fights versus, make a bunch of wipes simply because they're afraid to say anything. Yeah. I've done a few speed runs like that. And again, guys, I am running a HelloFresh campaign, so if you're looking for some good food to try, all organic, smash that link and check it out for yourself. You can save yourself a nice big fat discount on it by using that code and receive 10 free meals. It's definitely worth checking out. I've ordered from it numerous times myself. I'm trying to find this the war boss. He's supposed to be in a hut. I think he's in one of the huts that's down below. Says a hut in the north face. Hold on. Was bad to Ganesha. I think it's that these huts right here below us. I just forget how to get down to them. Actually, I think Them and their knockbacks. Oh boy. About the time I said it, you went flying. Yeah, I don't particularly like this place myself. All the knockbacks and stuff will drive you crazy. That's why I'm trying to get out of here as quick as I can. I gotta figure out how to get to you, dude. It's been a while since I've been down in this gorge. Not since I was on my old character, Lord Kern. I got to get all the way around back to you. Crud. I got punted, so... Giving them a knockback in a canyon gorge was just evil. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming to you. Wow, they interrupted my channel. Yeah, it's starting to get active. Starting to get some steady people, so I'm gonna start I'm gonna go get some pugs going and whatnot. That'll help advertise things more, and it'll get people focused on doing stuff, and I'll start getting dungeon stuff. I mean, I've asked people if they need dungeon runs and stuff. So if they need help, all they got to do is say something. Alright, let's get out of here. Guess what? That's it for chapter 14. Kedron Valley, here we come. We going to your home stomping grounds there, Grump. Slayer Town. Have you ever actually been to the Slayer Keep that's actually in KV, Grump? Have you stood before the Slayer King himself? What? You have not been up to the Slayer Keep? It's actually the chapter 22 fight, because for the orcs they actually have to kill Ungrim Iron Fist. Put your tongue back in your head. That's a grudgeable offense.
You are listed in the Great Book of Grudges.
So long to the Badlands, all except that one quest that I never could find a dude. I'll go back and look for him again, but it'll be much later. Welcome to Kedron Valley. Yeah, the Slayer keeps like up over here, is like right here. You can actually get up to it. You know what? We're gonna go on a little tour since you ain't been to the Slayer Keep. We're gonna go pay. We're gonna go do a pilgrimage to the Slayer Keep. That is an affront to the ancestor gods. I ain't believing that. I got a guy in my guild that ain't been to the Slayer Keep and he playing a Slayer. What's wrong with this picture, chat? And I play a Slayer myself, and I've been to the Slayer Keep. If you wasn't already a Slayer, I'd be saying you have to take the oath. Sad, sad, sad day. Speaking of which, have you ever toured the city of Barak Var? Not the PvP zone, but actually been into the city itself and seen it? There's a bunch of quests in there, but it's actually pretty big. Yeah, you could literally spend a day and just lose yourself exploring and finding stuff. There's even a few places in game where I know there's some Skaven hangouts, but I'll keep that to myself. That's for me to know and y'all to find out. I have my little secrets. Level 39 wolf. Down, boy. First time I ever saw all this here, it almost brought a single tear to my eye because I was like, the things you could do with a Slayer army when it does the event. Because when you actually do this from the destro side, it spawns an entire Slayer army to fight. There be the throne. But yeah, when the chapter 22 is up and running, he's like, or Iron Fist is like right there. I've seen a couple of people over the years that do like Slayer RP events in here. It's kind of funny. Makes a good guild hall. You sightseeing? Big place, huh? Yeah, I thought I'd show it to you, but it's definitely it's definitely worth it. Some of the places you can go and see in this game will you marvel at the time and effort they spent in doing it, and it sits unused. I've talked to the staff about uh about it, but I do think though, chat, what I am gonna do, because I do have a lot of video editing to do with everything, is I am gonna wrap things up from a stream standpoint. I am still gonna be in game, but I am gonna wrap things up with stream. I'm gonna get you guys over to somebody else in the RoR community. So let's see who we've got. And I do want to thank everybody for hanging in there with me today, and hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. Again, it's going to take me a little while to condense everything down, so the podcast won't show up till probably this evening on the YouTube channel. Let's see, who do we have on the RoR website? Hey, we got a few people, quite a few people. Up, I see who we're gonna raid. Hadn't raided this one in a little while. I'm gonna get you guys over to Troma. And I will catch you a bit later, gang. It's been fun. Have a good have a good day, and I hope to catch you a bit later. I might come back for a later stream. Who knows? Just depends on if I can get everything done.